Hello, 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 hello. Hello, William. Hope you're having a good day. But yeah, today we continue the surfing hunts once again. Now I have a little bit of schedule when I would be like it to be getting them done, but still some time. Hello. How you doing, Armin and Nancy? Hope you're having a good day. Nice. So seems like the puppy is settling in nicely then. That's nice. Yeah, fair enough. Fair enough. Yeah, I hate that about small animals that these are so bad. Very annoying. Nice. Yeah, I know that that is one of the things that is super annoying to try to be getting them to do in their business outside, indeed. I mean, of course, accidents happen, of course, but yeah, I know that it can be hard. Is that much? I did accidentally pump it once again. The question is when I don't do that. It's not like it's not gonna be moving anyways. Yeah. They usually do teach that from what I have understood, but it depends, of course, a little bit. Also, I forgot to do one thing. I don't know, can I be bothered to do it? I forgot to switch the brightness on 3DS. It's a little bit better if it's one step lower. Yeah. I don't remember how my dad's wife do to the training in that. Don't remember. I mean, I'm almost never there when they do be having puppies there anyways. Don't know for how long she's gonna be keeping doing it, but every once in a while. Yeah, makes sense that that would be helping. Oh yeah, by the way, like 9 hours ago or so, it was said when Fossil Week is this year. If anyone is interested in hunting on then, I mean, I will. I've already prepared everything. It's from 2nd to 9th of August. Technically 11th. But week is technically 9th. 9th, but it's going on till 11th. Yeah. I'm gonna do one of the Galar fossils and then something. I still haven't fully decided which ones I'm gonna be going for. But something, one of the fossils from Galar and then Rude Amber or Dome fossil. Also silver. Technically you could be, I think, doing, you know, encounters for them, but most of the fossils are indeed from reviving and stuff. I like that in the small like announcement video that they did make that they are saying that the relic hand doesn't count. Because, you know, technically, but not actually. Yeah! It's nice. Nah, it's just like actual fossil Pokemons. You know, mostly the ones that you can revive, but in some games you can be encountering them in the wild. Yeah. Also good to be seeing that those are working. I set it up those after last time. Can't really be testing can do the automatic ones work without going live. But yeah, hopefully we're having a good day today. I'm having an okay-ish day myself indeed today. It's supposed to be pretty warm for this week, but we'll see, we'll see. And honestly, it's bothering me too much. I'm gonna be switching the fighting thing. It's bothering me too much. It's too blinding. It's just if I'm playing like on my own, I like to be having it on one brighter setting. But it just looks a lot better on the camera if it's one lower. It isn't as blinding. Very chill day. No, there isn't as big of a glare there, which is nice. Thankfully it doesn't take too long. Yeah, Polywag looks a lot better now. It's one of the ones that's hard to be seeing. One thing I will always be surprised about, how do not the Pokemon would be getting very dizzy when I'm literally just going in very small circles, but I mean, in Scarlet and Violet, the whoever you're riding, it gets dizzy, so that's nice addition to detail. It's annoying, to be fair, though. And also, in some games, if you're going in too small of circles, it's gonna be start to be doing spinning things that don't really make any difference for almost anything. Yeah. I still will say that I don't fully understand why in in Alola games there needs to be the spinning thing, because it doesn't add anything. I understand it in Sword and Shield, because all creamy evolution. But it's there. Because I usually like to be going in small circles. So there has been a bunch of times where I have just been spinning around for a good few minutes. So I don't know what has been going on outside of the window for the past couple of days because the cat has been really looking out. Like yesterday, I couldn't like even really get her out of there, but I mean, it doesn't really matter if she is hungry, so you can be eating at any point. It was just interesting. Like, why now there is a bunch of things happening is a big question. But, eh. Also, I was trying to be looking for jobs yesterday, and it was insane how many, like, right now there was, like, a big amount of, like, senior developers for things. It's insane, like, it was almost the only thing that I could be seeing. And, you know, I don't think that I'm too qualified for that. Or knowing about, like, certain things that they are using too well. Yeah, thanks. I can't be using these, really. It just was like, oh, yeah, I guess I'm gonna be checking out some other day then. I guess. There was few interesting ones that I would have been kind of interested in, but they were again like too high for my liking. Like one like did sound good, but then I would need to be teaching someone else, and I'm like, no. I'm not doing that. I'm not gonna be teaching someone else. I can be doing the thing that they are wanting to be doing, but I don't want to be teaching how to be doing it. Especially because it's for a quite an important thing as well. So, you know, I don't want to really be messing up there. And then there was a lot of, like, as well, because I was specifically looking for, like, programmer and stuff along those lines. There was a lot of, like, do these things that you need, like, whatever is electricity paper that you know you can be doing those kinds of things. And I'm like, yeah. So many programmers would be having that. I don't know a single programmer that do be having that. Actually, I suppose kinda one, but not. He's not really a programmer. He does know how to program. But anyways, it was like, yeah, sure. And there was just so many for like few things, and then I'm not like too much knowing to those kinds of things, and then I'm like, ah, maybe some other day. Maybe some other day, indeed. Then. But the problem is, as I said, most of the places are out this month. For whatever reason, I still don't understand that. I always found it funny that they are saying whenever there is the like hospitals and whatever things that they are gonna be having a little bit of rough schedule. Okay, they are not gonna be having that many workers in July. And I've always found it odd because like from like what it actually is, it's pretty balanced out between all the summer vacation months. And, you know, I know that much that it's not like they are gonna be putting everyone to a vacation in those kinds of places. Because I still feel that it's stupid to be having the entire place shut down for a month. But anyways. Because there literally is one place that is like that indeed. As I said, the one place that I did apply to, they are literally out this entire month. And then they are gonna be like going back to the applications like 1.5 months after that you have been applying to it. And I'm like, yeah, I totally will be remembering that I did apply to this. And as I said also that it did close before they did go to the vacation as well, so... No. No indeed. Interesting for sure. But it's fun to be seeing back to school things in stores. I guess it's soon time indeed. Like 2 or 3 weeks, and then they start to be going back, depending on, of course, where you are in school. But the most basic of educations, they are starting going back to school usually the second week of August. It depends on the year a little bit, because they usually like to be starting on Monday or on Tuesday. But you know, it depends on like what is the first of the month and stuff along those lines, and I don't honestly care at this point because I don't need to be caring about it at all. But I will still say that in my opinion, the going back to school the first day is one of the most useless days ever. I understand, you know, settling in for the new year of studying and everything, but still... I still feel like it's one of the most useless days of the year in school. Because most of the time it was that, you know, we're just checking out where our... Depending on what kind of school you were in, like what is your classroom or what is your, in quotes, main classroom. Or home classroom, whatever my thing. And then... that's about it, really. But yeah, it is still, though, I think that I feel like it's kind of a useless day, though. I'd rather be, you know, be at home for the like usually 4 hours it was. Then to be going in school and knowing where the same classroom is that I was in last year is, you know. I get it that they are important, but still, you know, it's kind of useless. I'm more like those schools that, you know, when you're further into education, that you actually do at least a little bit on the first day. Usually it was just because you didn't need that much your parents' permission for certain things, like checking out that is your address correct and whatever things that are completely useless half of the time. Because I don't remember that my last school ever needed my address for anything. But you know, it's just, you know, backup information, like if something happens to you, where is the school gonna be calling and whatnot. And like that was at least like you were doing something, you weren't just sitting there for no reason. So that was nice indeed. Also probably should be cleaning up my monitor because it's getting dirty. Thankfully I can still see through it, but they need to really be making monitors that can never be getting dirty though. I'm kind of sick of, you know, cleaning them up. It's not like it's that much of a hassle, but still, you know. But yeah, indeed, I'm gonna still say, I don't know if anyone in here cares about it, still up until 25th at, I don't remember the exact time where it was, but up until that point you can be getting the special Pikachu related outbreaks in Scarlet and Violet. And after that is done, there is gonna be Tatsugiri and Dondonzo things happening. So yeah. If anyone is interested in indeed though, so they're gonna be going on indeed. At least for this Pikachu one, you don't need to be actually having online, you just need to be going ahead and checking out in the mystery gift thing. To check out the news and stuff. As I said, some things require online, some things don't. Which makes it super confusing because... Jeez. But it's just be simple. Everything either requires or don't require internet. I understand that if there's a version exclusive thing, that would be requiring internet to be getting the other version exclusive thing, but... Apart from that, I don't think it's super necessary. I understand kind of why they are packing up things now in Scarlet and Violet, like event-wise, but at the same time I feel like... Why do they need to be so back-to-back, you know? It just feels odd. I mean, I don't mind it. Like, it's nice that there is, you know, things happening there. It's just, as I said, I personally like to be mostly having, like, no special things going on in the map, so if I want to be doing something, it's not gonna be, like, replaced by a special outbreak in this case. Even though it's unlikely, but, you know, still. But yeah, it is what it is, though. What can one be doing, indeed? I understand also, like, you know, it's summer and they're probably thinking that, you know, there's gonna be... people have more time, you know. It also feels like these events are, like, very long as well. As I said before, though, they seem to be lasting a long period of time, not like just a few days. Which I will always say that, in my opinion, like, every single, like, special event in Scarlet and Violet should at least be lasting for a week. Because I have never understood, like, yeah, let's do for a couple of days situation. I mean, thankfully, most of the time, it's nothing that you can be missing out on, you know. Thankfully, most of the time, it's like that. There has been, I think, only, like, considering, like, what we have now, only 2... Actually, a few more, 3... I don't remember. I don't know which ones you can be capturing things or not, but there has been very few anyways that you would be otherwise missing out on things, and it's the... right now, the Alola one. Or, like, Alola and Raichu one. Issue in Voltorb. That there was, you know, Shiny Gimme Gold, but it's coming back for a short period of time again. There was the Paradox Legendaries that were exclusive to the... exclusive to those, indeed. Then there has been, like, Mewtwo and... Palkia things, but I don't remember, could you catch those or not? Because there has... I know that there has been some... events that you can be capturing things on. Like, at least in Sword and Shield. But yeah. Thankfully, it isn't like anything that you can really be missing out on, so that's nice. I feel like one thing would be kind of cool. That after, like, let's say now, right now, there's the Alola Raichu event, that maybe there could be, after the fact, there could be an NPC that could be giving you Alola Raichu. I feel like that would be kind of cool, like an in-game trade. It means that you can't be shiny hunting it, but... I think it could be kind of cool though to be having it there. And maybe one day. I know, like in Pokemon Go, where is the thing that quite a good amount of times there is events that, you know, boost like regional variants to be there and stuff. And you know, usually most things in Pokemon Go aren't like one time things, you know. The only thing that I could be considered to be... I mean, I suppose it's for some other ones that I keep forgetting to be mentioning them, but it's unknowns. Because unknowns are only available in certain events. It's a Smeargle is one of them, Melton. I always forgot about unknowns. But unknowns are one of the things that... I think they are one of the only things that are like specifically exclusive to those kinds of events as well. In Pokemon Go. Like, when they are available as shiny, I'm pretty sure. I could be wrong, though. But I feel like it's the case, indeed. And I don't personally care. You know? I understand that, you know, unknowns have always been, in that way, a special Pokemon, because they are, like, almost never available anywhere. But I like them for it. Especially now that, or in, like, at least in not in every game, they are that complicated to be getting, you know? Like, surely there is some games that they are very complicated indeed. Like in... Yes. Like in Fire Red, Leaf Green, they are very complicated to be getting. Because there's certain chambers that they can be appearing in, and I think that they are, depending on your trainer ID or whatever, I think they are like also complicated. Like how often do certain one of them be appearing? But in most games they are pretty self-explanatory, if they are indeed in the games. Because they are not available in most of the games. Which do be a shame, but I can understand it. Unknowns are pretty powerful Pokemon, you know. Even though they are incapable of learning any moves. Because they only know one move, and that one move is the only move that they can be learning, so they can never be learning any moves. Which, by the way, makes it kind of pointless for them to be having an regular attack stat as well. Because, you know, special move that they can be learning only, but I mean, I get it, like I get it why people are complaining about it, but I also kind of understand why they have it. Because, you know, there is situations that I think that the attack stats could be switched, that, you know, your special attack is now your physical attack and vice versa. So in those kinds of situations it is actually quite nice that it has attack, you know? is very nice indeed. Could it be having something that prevents it from happening, like an ability? Yes, I think so. It's still a hunt that I really want to be tackling down on, though. Unknown hunt spot. When we get there indeed. It's like a million other hunts that I need to be doing anyways. Speaking of million, and like 200 million more hunts that I have going on instead. I'm gonna do the same thing with Safari Week as I did do, or Fossil Week that I did do with Safari Week. And I mostly will be doing those hunts. Because again, it's this kind of special thing. So it means that I'm gonna be doing... Is it only this weekend? It's only this weekend, and then I will be pausing Dynamax Adventures again for at least 1 week. I think after the Puzzle Week is over, I will be doing Dynamax Adventures during the weekends. Even if I will be hitting overtime. But we'll see though. Depends on how things are, going on. We'll be going from there. I would at least like to be getting one shiny, and I feel like it's quite possible. Because the fact is that the fossil resets are pretty fast. In Sword and Shield, I think I will be doing either 25 or 20 at a time. I haven't fully decided on it yet. If I want to be doing 25 at a time, I need to be getting few more, like, extra fossil parts. It's not that big of a deal. But it would be kind of nice to be able to do 25 at a time. Because as I said, I can be if I get 50 of each of them, I'm fine with. I have every single fossil possibility to be doing 25 times. I think. Because, they require 2 parts each, there is 4 of them. And like, 1 part is required twice. I know it's the thing, but I'm always questioning myself. Is it actually? But I was thinking that the one that I was thinking that I will be starting on with was the one that requires a bird and a break, I'm pretty sure. I'm gonna double check on that. Ultimately, it doesn't really matter, but I think that was the one that I was going on. Yeah, Dragosold was the one that I was thinking of starting with. And depending on if I get it, then moving to someone else. I was kind of thinking that even though I don't really dislike any of them, but still kind of starting with the least favorite of the 4. But yeah, we'll see though, we'll see. I didn't even realize that it was the bigger ice cream, but I mean, at least I don't need to be worrying about running into it anymore. I mean, I wouldn't necessarily want to be getting a Vanillux, but I already have the needs if I want to be evolving into one. But yeah, one thing that I have recently started to be appreciating a lot more in Sword and Shield is that there is the camera-like centering button. I've been really appreciating it indeed. Yes, and it means that, you know, can be doing more chilled, and also because I guess Sword and Shield, it's not that important that you see that, like, you know, that closely like what you want. You'll be just seeing like kind of whereabouts. You don't need to be seeing every single angle possible, which is nice. Very nice indeed. Also, one thing that I was also, I don't think that I mentioned it. I don't know. Anyways, even if I did, I don't care. That I did realize that there is actually guaranteed location for Dragonair in this game, which is kind of interesting. It's only one, and it's specific weather. Once again, surprisingly. But in the Ballymer Lake in the DLC, if you go in thunderstorm or the fog weather, there's one there that is guaranteed, which is very nice. Does it really do anything? No, it's a strong spawn, so if you want to specifically go for it, you can be soft resetting for it. Which I might do. Don't know. The genie is anyways like one of the things that I would be kind of wanting to be getting from there. Not gonna lie. There's also other cool ones like a relic there indeed, and anorith. That's one of the fossils, so there's interesting options there. The only ones that I'm not too interested in are Basculin and Feebas. Just because they can be found in so many places. But it's nice nonetheless to be having them there. Now Rodom is complaining to me again that I should be saving the game, but I'm still gonna be resetting the game if I don't find anything. There's absolutely no reason to be saving it. To be fair, I do be complaining about it for it seems like every like 30 minutes that you actually play. I mean, yeah, I don't mind it. It's still like, it's one of those things that it do be really depending on the game. Do I wish that it would be saving less or more? Because some games I would be preferring that, you know, it doesn't do it too much, but I mean, I suppose if the save is, you know, a one that you can't really be feeling, then, you know, I don't care. You know, if it's a save that, like, it just kind of happens in the background. But then again, do I be too used to games nowadays be having auto save features? Yes. But I also really prefer the few times that, you can actually be turning it off as well. Like, there is not gonna be automatic things. I do be liking that it's an option. Because it is kind of annoying sometimes to be having autosave happening all the time. Very few times do I feel like it has been ruining a game for me. But I have been in a situation few times that it has been doing like an autosave and that save has been then unplayable afterwards. It's very few times because usually there is a backup save, but I don't want to be talking trash about indie games, but it's usually in those that it happens. But it's fine, people make mistakes. People make mistakes indeed, and it doesn't, like, for me, I don't mind it, but can be seeing how it can be frustrating for sure. And it's not like it's impossible that it doesn't happen for like a bigger game as well, but I will say that usually those get fixed relatively quickly, or they are gonna be saying that certain things are gonna be breaking the game. I think one of the most recent ones that like I would have personally be like experiencing or could have been experiencing, I didn't, is in Destiny 2 in the final DLC, that if you would be doing one thing out of order, your like that specific save file would be no longer playable. But they did like say like pretty big about it, so like it was a known thing, so people didn't know that it did happen. So people didn't know how to like avoid it from be happening, So that's nice. But yeah, anyways, the first hour has soon been going on, so ads coming in soon-ish indeed. And as per usual, I'll be stopping hunting for that time indeed. Be getting a break myself as well. Because breaks, they do be important indeed. Pretty decent first hour, not gonna lie. I mean, I wasn't really expecting to be getting too much more anyways. Don't be getting too excited to be getting too much more indeed. Also, one thing that I did speak about, I think last time that I was doing this, like the surfing hunt, but, or anyways, like, it wasn't too long time ago, it was last week. That I was talking about that you can be SOS calling for Polychode in, you know, Alola. And someone is actually doing it. And from what I did see that currently they are at phase 34. But it's a very cool thing though, so like people are interested in doing in those still. I'm not that, you know, Alola games, I don't think that I don't know, it's kind of a weird thing at the same time I don't think that the hunting in those games did ever stop. But it's mainly in the wormholes, which is, you know, understandable. It's one of the best ways to be getting legendaries. So, you know, fair enough, and, you know, only way to be getting unlimited amount of Ultra Beasts. But it's interesting that people are willing to be doing tedious hunts like that as well. Not, you know, easy ones that, you know, anyone can be doing and probably has done. But yeah. Anyways, last encounter at least. Oh, actually in both games then. We're gonna be having ad break indeed. There we go. Let's get away from these. I was, by the way, like literally today/yesterday looking for one thing, and it was, does Q charm work in Sword and Shield? It does, but it's a little finicky to say the least. Because I was like testing out it with Nidorans. But technically they both have different like encounter tables, like there are 2 different slots in the encounter table. So it does work, but not really at the same time. Because they are, you know, actually 2 different Pokemon, so it's not like something like Jellicent that also has a gender difference. But it did work for other Pokemons. It didn't pull up like more Nidoran females. At least it didn't seem like it did. Which I understand, but it is what it is indeed. But yeah. Because, yeah, I don't know. Even though I will be, you know, at some point be hunting for something like Combi, I don't think that I will be using Q Charm myself. Mostly because most likely I will be forgetting that I need to be doing it. But the second thing is as well that I wouldn't mind it, but I think the boost is for my liking is too high. And especially in like Sword and Shield, if you go into the few areas that they are like literally everywhere, in certain weather conditions at least, you can be seeing if it's male or female anyways before you encounter it. So it's not that big of a deal. You can be just looking for a female or a male. I don't know why I would be looking for a male. But I will say that I might be considering it for Salandich. But we'll see, we'll see. We'll see when we get there, though, indeed. But yeah, Combi is one of the ones that I kind of would like to be hunting it in a few different games. Female ones specifically. So I've been getting a few male ones, surprisingly. And like, I would like to be getting it in both Scarlet and Violet and Legends Arceus. I know that in Scarlet and Violet there is the Vespiquen like outbreaks. I don't mind them. It's just I also would like to be just having, you know, a female combi, just as a combi. Why? Because I can. And they're not that bad to be fighting, honestly, in those games. And as I said, in Sword and Shield, they are pretty common as well. Like, there is few weather conditions that, like, as I said, they are basically everywhere. in few places, some in the base game, some in the DLC. Which also reminds me that I want to be hunting in there, in the same place that you can be finding a bunch of combies in. I want to be hunting a Lilican there. This there is, I think, 5 for like one day, then you know you can be doing a reset. So it's gonna be, you know, a bunch of checks, indeed. There's so many hunts though. And I will still say that, in my opinion, I don't see too many people hunting in Sword and Shield, apart from Dynamax Adventurers. I kind of understand it, but kind of not. I understand that if you want to be hunting with like different methods, Sword and Shield doesn't really have any, unfortunately. There is like maybe one, apart from like Dynamax Adventures and Eggs, but they are, you know, in almost every game anyways. What do you... I don't know. It just feels odd. To be fair, you know, people, they tend to like to be doing method hunts. So, you know, fair enough, but... there is still, you know, some that are, you know, kind of... you need to be getting in here only. Like as I said, in my opinion, Galarafossils are gonna be one of the ones that are gonna be for quite some time exclusive to only Sword and Shield, because I don't know, it would be kind of feeling odd if they would be somewhere else, considering like how much of like, in quotes, of a mess they are. There's quite a good amount of the Galarian forms that are, you know, only in here. It's few that you can be getting around. Now that I actually think about it, only one I can be thinking of, and it's Wheezing. So you can be getting it in Scarlet and Violet, then transfer it to this game and evolve it. What do you? I still feel like in every single Pokemon game there is going to be interesting hunts that you can be doing if you really want to be doing like unique hunts. More or less unique hunts. There's still one thing that has been in my mind that I kind of want to be doing for next year, and I kind of would like to be doing it for this year, but you know, the year is kind of half over at this point, so. But yeah, but for next year, I definitely want to be doing like Ingo Pinot card for like shinies that I would like to be getting. But you know, it's kind of hard to be like preparing it for now because it really depends on what do I get or and what do I don't get. I think that it'll be like kind of a mixed patch that, you know, some things I'll be doing off stream, some things I will be doing on stream. This is some ones that I have in mind indeed that I want to be doing like more like, you know, chilling. Like more specifically in like with the 3DS and, you know, stuff along those lines. But it really depends, indeed. I mean, it's not like it's stopping and shaking its head like in Scarlet and Violet. The right Pokemon does. I mean, it doesn't look like it's turning purple. Yeah. Yeah, exactly. How are you doing, Arthur? I hope you're having a good day. Yeah, breaks are good, indeed. Yeah, I know. It is what it is, but I will still be saying when you're done with it, at least it's one less thing to be worrying about. And you can be moving into more things. Oh, nice. Well, it's gonna be taking a while when we're gonna be hitting that. I mean, it would be under odds. Definitely. Not by much, but it would be. Yeah, it is. I mean, Xerneas was as well, honestly. But it is worse than Xerneas. But I still don't think that the Zygarde itself is hard, because, you know, we know what we are expecting of it. If we just get bad pads, what can we do? It's not like the legendary itself is hard, it's just Dynamax Adventures is hard. Because we know what to be expecting, we know moves that it has and what it will be doing and stuff. If we wouldn't be knowing, then it, like, could be considered to be harder. There is another one that I know that will be kind of hard, and it's gonna be Kyogre. Because Surf is ridiculous. But there isn't that many that should be that bad, you know? I mean, they are, but you know. It is what it is. And as I said, I could be making it easier to myself to be resetting paths, but it's boring. But if it's the only way to be getting it as a shiny right now, it's the only way to be getting it as a shiny right now, so I'm willing to be, you know, struggling with it. That also would be kind of cool to be able to get it before Legend CA and then be able to move it there, you know? Which is quite a possibility. I would need to be pushing more Dynamax adventures for sure to that to be happening, but then again it's not like we have concrete day anyways when it's happening. Yeah, I would be wishing that it would be only taking like a month or two. Yeah, I know it's annoying that the transfer does take a while. I will say that PDSP probably wouldn't be taking that long if Legends Arceus wouldn't be coming like that soon after it. Because they of course want to be getting both at the same time. And they did make like everything up until like every single Switch game can be basically be switched back and forth with anyways, apart from Let's Go. So I'm fine that that did take a while. Or was it after that? I don't remember. But anyways, I feel like PDSP would have been faster, but Legends Arceus was released quite soon after it, so they wanted to be doing both. But yeah, I'm hoping that this time it would be only taking a month or two. Or they could be surprising us and be giving us the opportunity to do it from the get-go. You never know. I doubt it. I feel like it's gonna be at least 2 weeks. So, you know, every single, like, glitch thing can be noted and can be sure that, you know, Pokemon is hacked in and stuff. And also it depends, is the battle style like in Legends Arceus, or is it gonna be more of a modern day Pokemon game? Don't know. But most likely, like people are speculating that at the beginning of August there's gonna be info. Or like Pokemon Presents, which people are assuming that there's gonna be info then about it. Which is fair enough, because in last Pokemon Presents it was just like literally just a little show there, but we'll see, we'll see. But I'm kind of hoping still that it goes quite a bit with like what Legends Arceus did have going on, that it's kind of like meant to be like a solo game completely. Like you don't need to be doing trading to be getting trade evolutions and whatnots. Because that's so nice. I will still say that, to be fair, there has been ways in both Scarlet and Violet and in Sword and Shield to be getting around it. But still, I'm still saying that something like Slurpuff and Swirlix would be very nice, that if they would be getting that treatment, and also the Shelmet and Carablast is gonna be interesting to see what they do with it. Yeah, I know. Pokemon's thing is that you're supposed to be trading, indeed. And they did make it so Legends Arceus is completely completable without trading at all. And I feel like Legends ZA is gonna be the same thing, maybe? Big maybe the trade evolutions will be necessary to be doing with other players, but it's just gonna be one game, so what would there be to be trading with other players? If they're not gonna be doing like in this trainer ID you will be getting these Pokemons, and you need to be getting this kind of trainer ID to be getting these Pokemons. But they like rarely do that. Like in Platinum, it depends on what fossil you will be getting, like what your trainer ID is. It's just so rarely the case, so I doubt it a little bit, but maybe. Anything to be possible, indeed. But I will say one thing that would be kind of cool, but I doubt it's gonna be happening, is, you know, like if we would be able to see in the wild Galarian forms. I very much doubt it, but would be kind of cool. And would be also making sense as well. Seeing like how close by the two regions are. Or what we are assuming that they are close to each other, but anyways. We could. There's a lot of ways that Legends ZA could be coming in. It could be like bunch of like mini stories, you know. It could be one big story. But I feel like there's gonna be a lot of things like explained, like why like things are what they are nowadays. You know, like in Legends Arceus it was the case. Like, for example, I would have before Legends Arceus would have been thinking that the Temple of Shino or whatever it's called nowadays, I would have been thinking that that was just because, you know, time did destroy the place. Like, over time it just did get worse and worse and collapse, but now it's like either Dialga or Palkia did destroy it when they did go to beast mode. I'm still kind of surprised that they're still doing amiibos though. I mean, they're just like figurines that you can be collecting if you like want to be going that route, but still, I'm a little surprised that they're still like making them. I know that they are, but at the same time, it kind of feels like all thing as well. It could be because figurine like collection has been like a thing for ages that I'm thinking that it's like an old thing. It's not like it has ever really stopped. I suppose it happens sometimes like that. I will say though, they are ridiculously expensive for what they are. I know that some people like they do be displaying their figurines in like in a glass cage that literally has like a thing that it makes it less like it makes the figurines less harmful, or the sun is less harmful for the figurines, like yeah, there is like some sort of tint to it or something like that. Don't know how well they work, but I know some people do be using those. Yeah. I understand the figurine collection to a point. I mean, I'm like, as long as you don't spend a ridiculous amount of money to be getting one figurine, you know, go for it. Guess most of the times, indeed, it's just gonna be displayed somewhere. Yeah. It's honestly not that expensive because there is like some like old ones that are like signed off by someone and they go for like one piece goes to $1,000 or something like that. And then you're like, huh? I know that some people just buy them so they can be selling them later for profit. But yeah. But I have heard like stories that people have literally be going broke so they can be affording some figurines, and I feel like that like what has gone wrong, and at one point that you're literally gonna be making yourself to be losing a house in order to be getting a figurine. But each to their own, I suppose. I mean, I feel like we all are buying like, you know, silly things that don't like they are not necessary in one way or another, but you know, it's fine. You need to be buying those things every once in a while. But then again, it's one of those things that I feel like kind of should be taught at school. That, you know, not to be wasting money, even though it's technically your parents' thing, but still. I think it should be taught in schools as well. No, just, you know, how to be responsible with money in general. But yeah. That is honestly like it is indeed a joke. Like what is in quotes important to be taught in school and what it's not. You know, so many people that don't go into a maths career are gonna be doing so much knowing that the shape is triangle, you know. Yeah, exactly. They are saying that invest in your future, but then like they are not really teaching how to do it. But yeah, they do talk about it in here, but just barely. I mean, as I said, I understand that most of those things are technically your parents' thing to be teaching you, but not every parent is gonna be teaching you things. Is it really the school's responsibility? Not really, but I don't see harm. It's kind of like one of those things that I feel like it's nice that how things have changed since I was a kid compared to now in school. Is that they are not learning like so many unnecessary things about history that happened like 100 years ago that don't matter that much. Like, that's very nice that they are actually teaching like more recent history more. Yeah, it's better to be doing, and you know, you can be doing small amounts anyways. It doesn't need to be a big amount. It's like one thing that I feel like is kind of a misunderstood thing that, you know, you don't need to be investing a big amount. You can be trying with small amount, and if it doesn't work, you don't really lose out on anything. What are you? Indeed. Yeah. Exactly. If it would be going to, in quotes, waste anyways, why not to be trying at least to be getting some money out of the money? And one thing I feel like is in like done, in my opinion, enough nowadays is letting like kids fail at things. Because I still think that one of the best ways to be learning is by making mistakes. Exactly. Yeah. exactly. I mean, I think that it was always, of course, been a thing, but of course, since nowadays anything that kids do is bad, it seems like, which is annoying. You know? I've been seeing so many videos that nowadays kids don't appreciate gifts that they get for, like, birthday. And back in the 80s, everyone was so happy to be getting something. I don't think so, because everyone that I know that is a kid nowadays, they are appreciating what they get. I think it's kind of a fault of a parent if your kid doesn't appreciate anything. But anyways. Because I have like, when I was a kid, I did know a bunch of kids that they did throw a bunch of tantrums if they didn't get exactly what they wanted. But it's gonna be always a problem. Just not a problem now, it has always been. Yeah, exactly. If they are anyways getting everything that they want, they don't really care what they get for Christmas. Because the only times that I did get anything as a kid mostly was that when there was like, I did like graduate or something like that, did pass a grade or whatever thing on birthdays and on like Christmas. I didn't really need more. I mean, sure, like if there was something that I really needed, then you know, they were willing to be buying it for me or give me money that I can be buying them. But I wasn't expecting to be getting like too many things. Because I just feel like it's just so wrong to be saying that kids nowadays are like this, but it's the parents that are willing to be making their kids like that, in my opinion. Yeah, one thing about smartphones and kids is that, like, if you don't want your kids to be on your phone too much, then, you know, give them something else to do, you know? Yeah. Phone is one of those things that it's kind of mandatory thing in life nowadays. In pretty much anywhere you go. You are expected that you're having a phone of sorts, and usually it's a smartphone that they're assuming that you're having. But it is just how things have changed. But yeah. I don't really care too much what kind of a smartphone I get. I'm not too picky. I more care about that I don't waste too much money on it. I want it to be good, but I don't want it to be costing like a house. Because basically, if you're buying a smartphone, you can be assuming that it can be doing everything as your old phone can. Maybe a little differently, because might be a different brand and whatever. But yeah, you can be expecting that it can be doing the same thing. Because most phones, even though they are different brands and whatever's, they work quite similarly nowadays. Which is very nice. Because still probably one of the greatest examples is indeed the Windows phone that my mother and my older brother used to have. They were so different, it wasn't even funny. Like, it literally felt like, I mean, technically was just Windows 8, but in phone. And those were like, I don't know if I could have ever be using them, because as I've talked about how limited they are. Where I don't know if they exist anymore. I doubt it. But yeah, it doesn't. Indeed, for me, it doesn't matter too much what I get. Only thing that I personally don't want to be getting as a phone that I use myself is iPhone. More because it costs way too much. The second thing is that it's one of those things that is quite different from what I'm used to. I don't mind it, like, some of their works are good, but I don't want for my day-to-day use one. Also, one thing I feel like is more common nowadays, could be because, you know, I'm older and stuff. I feel like nowadays it's more of a thing that you buy your own phones instead of like you be getting as a gift one. I did talk that I don't want to be getting like an iPhone as a like day-to-day use phone myself. But yeah. Mostly, like, in most situations, if the phone is working, the phone is working, you know? Don't care too much about it otherwise. Yeah! Like, surely I wouldn't mind to be getting a fancy phone, but at the same time I know that, in my opinion, it's not worth the money, because I know that, you know, the phone is gonna be lasting few years, so it's gonna be super expensive per year. So, you know, I'd rather be buying a phone if I can under 1,000. Because then I feel like it's not that much per year, because phones are unfortunately one of those things that, you know, they don't last. It's not like they can't be lasting though, it's just more of the thing that they can be lasting forever because security. Yeah, it is. Yeah, indeed, it does depend on things, of course. But usually if you need to be working like that, the workplace usually provides you one anyways. At least in here. Workplaces usually, like, they do be giving you a phone to be using for work things, if it's that important. You don't need to be buying, like, yourself the phone. I mean, of course, if you're in your own company, then, you know, you need to, but... yeah. But yeah, indeed, most places, if you would be going to work there, they are gonna be giving you a work phone if it's indeed one that, you know, you actually require. Like, let's say that you're, like, responsible for a certain amount of people, that they are in work, what they do, and stuff along those lines. And also, if you work in a place that there might be, you know, more secure information, you know, sent through via text or whatever, then usually workplaces like to be providing you one that, you know, has all the security things that they need you. It's usually with laptops, though, more, but I have heard that it's with phones sometimes as well. Usually phones are like that, they are only working in the workplace, though. Because they need, like, a certain network from there. Yeah, I mean, it's not like they are meant to be, honestly. It's not like they are meant to be doing anything but the work, you know? There's quite a good amount of places that if you would be working, like, partially... if you are working, like, partially, like, at or from home, they are gonna be providing you with a laptop and stuff. Yeah. I have even heard, I don't know if it's a thing nowadays anymore, but I remember that, like, at some point it was the case that, like, your work phone would be only working during, like, work hours, you know? And after that it would be completely useless. It's not that big of a thing nowadays, I don't think, but... yeah. It's interesting, though. I haven't personally been in a place that I would be having that kind of situation, but maybe one day. Yeah. And there's always the problem, indeed, if you have some, like, workers under your name when you're, like, you're in charge of them and whatever in the workplace, that, you know, you sometimes need to be working quite late into a night to be getting someone to be replacing someone that got sick, for example. But happens. But yeah, indeed. It's interesting. And it's also nicer that a workplace would be providing you like a work laptop as well, instead of you need to be buying one as well, even though it always doesn't require like security things. But the thing is as well that, for example, I don't necessarily need a second computer. So, it's nice that to be having like a work laptop and, computer that I'm using for everything else. Also, we're gonna be having ads in soon. I'm gonna try to be doing one more encounter. Yeah. It is complicated for sure. I'll leave it there then. Continue after the break. Anyone? Let's get going. But yeah, speaking of phones, and you need to be available. I hate when companies only, like, if you would be in regular, you know, in here, 9 to 5 job is actually from 8 to 4 job, but, you know, that kind of job. And I hate when, like, some companies only call you during business hours. And my question is that, how are you supposed to be able to answer those if you're, like, working? Because, I mean, in most jobs you can be answering a phone at any point, but there is, like, situations that you can't really be answering your phone. I don't know, doing a surgery. So it's so annoying that, you know, they are, like, calling in those hours and you're like, yeah, I'm at work, I can be answering, and then they're not available at any point. So you don't really have that much time to be calling them. Thankfully, most places have extended them. And more workplaces are okay, you, like, taking phone calls. Especially, like, if it's, like, actually important, like doctor or whatever my thing. But it's just like, why though? Like, actually, how are you supposed to be able to answer a phone? But I don't know, I guess if it's important enough, it can be solved via text or something. Which is still a way that I would prefer to be handling most of things anyways. I'd rather not be talking in the phone. But there is, of course, some things that it's more important to be having. Having indeed in be free. But it is what it is. Because personally, I would rather not be getting phone calls. I'd rather be having most things said in text form. Also, I love when there is, like, there is the places that, every, or at least in here, like, a few places that, country has to be having, and most likely in your life you're gonna be contacting every single one of them. And I did do, like, few phone calls on last Wednesday. And the place that usually, like, the workers are kind of done with their lives there. Because it's a place that people don't usually like to be going ahead and working, or they just get filled up with people being annoying because it's, kind of customer service in a way. Not really, but same kind of thing. But yeah, I called the or actually they called me, but anyways, they called me from there, and the dude that was there, she was pretty happy with her life and everything. She did make a mistake and we laughed about it, kind of things. And then another place that I did call into, it was definitely someone that is working there during the summer. Like, you can hear it from the voice. And she was so done. I was kind of asking, stupid questions, and it was like the response, like, was like, even though she didn't say it, but it can be heard from the voice, like, why are you even asking this? Well, I'm sorry, this is a new thing to me, so I would like to know how things work. Yeah, exactly. There's no stupid questions. But it's just like, indeed, it's quite an important thing to be like getting right. So, you know, I would like to be knowing how things work. But, you know, she wasn't really willing to be explaining to me how things work. I mean, I kind of knew what I was supposed to be doing, but at the same time, I wanted to be sure. But yeah, it was just like kind of a thing that, you know, it is indeed, as I said, it's one of the most important things to be getting right, so would be nice if the workers there would be working, or sounding at least like they want to be working there and want to be helpful. Yeah. I mean, I will say, even though, like, you can't be getting big ones, you know, like, you can be getting quite in a big trouble by doing things wrong in that department. But at the same time, they are quite understanding. As well, so it's like it is a big deal if you get it wrong, but at the same time it's not the end of the world. Because I mean, the most important thing is that, you know, at least you told them something. You didn't, like, the biggest like mistake that you can be doing is not to be telling them anything. Because then you will be getting into a lot of trouble. But yeah. Thankfully, I don't need to really care about it until next year, early next year. Then I need to be recording things, and that's about it, really. That's everything that I need to be doing, so it's not that much. But, you know, just want to be making sure. But I would just like to have it to be the case that the phone call wouldn't be so expensive to go ahead and do there, though. But, you know, it only hurts once, right? And honestly, it could have been a lot worse as well. Because I remember that when I was again a kid, it was the situation that if you would be calling accidentally into certain numbers, you could be doubling what your phone bill was. It was insane. They don't really exist anymore, and there is like things are a lot better nowadays as well for that. But I remember that. There was few times that I have heard that a phone bill has been ridiculously high. Speaking of phone bills and stuff along those lines, I have never truly understand the situation that you're buying something on your phone that it literally like it adds up to your phone bill. I have never understood that. It just is going over my head. Especially nowadays where you could be using like, if you want to be using mobile phone thing, you can be using like mobile pay or something like that instead. I suppose. Yeah, but I don't know in how many places does it even work. I feel like it's kind of a their thing nowadays, at least, because it was a bigger thing like years ago. It isn't that big of a thing anymore. Also, speaking of credit cards, I think the only way that I will be personally be getting a credit card is that, you know, traveling somewhere else is gonna be easier. I think that is gonna be one of the only ways that I will be ever be like buying slash using a credit card for. I'd rather just be using, I know that it's not an option everywhere else, that's why, you know, sometimes if you go somewhere else, you'll need to be having a credit card. Is that I just use her like what we call just a regular bank card. It's a debit card actually, but anyways, I think. But yeah. Yeah, I don't know. I know it's used in here, but at the same time I don't think that much. Like, surely I understand, like, putting, like, big purchases there. Like, let's say that you're buying a new bed that is, you know, a couple of $1,000 or euros, whatever my thing is your currency. I understand it. And it's also a good way that if you're buying something from sketchy websites as well. Nice. I mean, I will say that there is technically a good thing to be getting a credit card, of course. That, you know, you'll be getting the points, so you'll be getting loans easier and stuff along those lines. Like that, for that is good, but overall, because how things work in here, I'd rather be buying things if I have money to buy them, you know? Than to put them into the credit card. Yeah. But I just like that it's not like necessary thing here to be using credit cards. Also, one thing that has been a pretty big talk in here recently is that a certain artist that, you know, it's quite usual to be having, you know, debt when you're a student. No, get a loan. But yeah, he hasn't paid his like debt at this point, but it's like fine. But I don't understand it. If you have enough money, why don't you just pay, you know, the loan away? Honestly. Because if I would be in that situation, I would be paying like every single loan that I would ever be having, or at least like if it's reasonable, of course. I would be paying them off as soon as possible. I don't want to be bothering with it. But yeah, there is indeed. I don't say that it's bad to be using credit cards, of course, but I'm just glad that in here it's not the only way to be doing it. Yeah, exactly. Yeah, as soon as possible out of the way. Especially like I will say that if I can be affording at least a little bit to be paying off each month, I will be doing it, of course, because why would I be having it? I mean, I will say that at least I know in here it's the case that if, let's say, that your parent, you know, passes away, we as a kids, we're not gonna be getting their loan. It just kind of disappears, which is very nice. I suppose there is different situations, but in most cases, you know, it just poofs away. Which is very nice. Yeah, exactly. It is very easy to be doing that. That's why, for me, it would be very hard to be like living somewhere like in USA for that reason. Because can I be bothered to be checking how much I have all the time? No. I'd rather just, you know, the card be saying that, you know, you can't be buying this, then I go ahead and check out and see that, oh yeah, I forgot. You know? Yeah, it's nice. There is ways around it, of course. There's ways around it. Not in every place, of course, but in some places, indeed. Yeah. There is I will say that there's ridiculous amount of like things that students can be getting, I guess, cheaper or like in a better situation. It's ridiculous, honestly. I mean, I don't mind it. It's a nice thing that, you know, students can be affording things, but at the same time, there's just so ridiculous amounts of them. I don't know how big of a thing it is somewhere else, but we literally have in here like places that are meant to just for students. So, you know, if you need a place to be staying nearby school, there would be buildings for specifically meant for that. And they are not expecting, like, if you are not a student, you in there. You either need to be already a student, or you need to be, like, soon be a student. Which is very nice, you know. Because it's quite a big thing in here that, you know, you would be going ahead and moving to a place to be studying in, because especially if you live in a smaller place, they don't really have that many options for like what you can be studying. So if you want to be studying something else, you most likely will be needing to be moving somewhere. And most of the time they are pretty close to, you know, your school or campus, whatever my thing. They're pretty close to it. And they are quite cheap, from what I've heard. Yeah. One of the benefits that there was like a big thing back in the day, but not so much anymore. I've talked about it before that, you know, nowadays pretty much any apartment building that you're gonna be going ahead and moving into will be having some sort of an internet. But back in the day, it was the case that that only student-like places would be having them. And nowadays it's like basically anywhere, because it's just, as I said, it's one of the things that is like mandatory nowadays. And it doesn't cost like anything to whoever is renting the place to be having like a little bit of internet there. It just like raises the interest of people moving there, honestly. So it do be a win for them as well. But yeah, indeed. I said that, like, this place that we did move into, indeed, that, like, once we did start to live here, they did, like, provide us free internet. As I said, though, it's definitely not enough for us. Even if we wouldn't, even if I wouldn't be streaming, honestly, it's so slow. Like, one can be using it, but if two can be using it, one can definitely be using it. But the thing is as well that if someone is playing a game that has like texture streaming, Yeah, there goes the whole internet. But hey, if you don't need it much, it's enough. Which unfortunately makes it that, for example, for us, it's the situation that we kind of need to be a little picky where we move. Because it's usually the case that, like, one building is for, like, one, like... What is it? Like, you know, internet provider slash, you know, phone marketer place, you know? You usually, like, one place owns it. Because that's how, you know, the whole house is having the internet free for there. So we need to be a little picky because of that, because what we have right now is quite good, and if we would be moving into a house that would be owned by someone else as an internet provider, we couldn't be getting the same deal there. So that's, it's a good thing and it's a bad thing at the same time. It's a good thing is that if you don't need too much internet, you know, you don't need to be caring what place you're moving into. But it's a bad thing that if you already have, like, everything going on from one company, you might need to be switching it up. There do be existing places that they don't have internet, but there, I will say that there isn't that many. Even in the older houses, because this is like, what, over 60 years old? I don't know. Like, in general, there has been upgrades, of course, over the years, but as generally the building is over 60 years old. Oh, fun fact about the big city that we're living right next to. The big city, they are basically repairing every single bridge this year there. Because the problem was that they did get like a new mayor not too long time ago, and the previous mayor just did like keep pushing, like repairing and checking them for a year or so. Now it's easier to be like repairing every single one of them. Yeah, but it did become to a place that they had to be doing something. Like the whatever is like the inspecting roads, that place was saying that it's too unsafe. So there needs to be something done, or, you know, it can't be used anymore. Because, you know, it can't be falling apart. And, you know, we don't want that. But it's a good thing. And also, like, yeah, sure. I like that. Yeah. Sounds annoying. Yeah, pretty much every year in here there is gonna be during the summer times because you can't really be doing road work during winter for some odd reason. I don't know what could be the reason. That pretty much every year there's a bunch of road work being done in here. Because some roads they are just, you know, used that much that they wear in a year. And it's just what it is indeed. And then like sometimes I'm not gonna be pointing any fingers, but sometimes they are definitely try to be, you know, saving money and not spend too much money on like getting, you know, the road work done, and it's done half and half. You know, they are not waiting enough time in between for it to be cooling so people can be using it, and then it goes bad. And then other things, they are not spending enough time to be getting rid of the old road enough, you know? What happens? Exactly. But they don't seem to be understanding it, honestly. And I don't understand it. Because, you know, I as a regular person can understand that repairing something every year is gonna be costing a lot more than spending like 5 years worth of fix in one go, and it will be working for 7 years. But it is what it is. And I will say that I don't mind overall that, you know, some roads needs to be fixed every year, indeed. I don't know, it's not always the taxpayers anyway. Sometimes it's the people that, you know, actually decide things that they are stupid. Yeah, I know. It does sound a lot worse. And also one thing that I don't know in how many places it's the thing, but in here, for example, indeed the main reason why we can't be fixing roads like in the middle of the winter is that temperature changes. Temperature needs to be like high enough for them to be able to do the road work correctly. So, yeah, the weather is one of the things that honestly in here breaks the roads the most. Because they sometimes can be very cold and then they can be very warm next day. And you know, if water gets somewhere in the, like, in between, it freezes, it melts, it breaks. Because, you know, water when it's freezing, it's expanding last time I checked. But, like, those are kinds of things that you can't really be... Like, it just happens. That's why they are very specific, like, on the days that they are gonna be, like, making a new road. Because it can be raining too much. Because otherwise there's gonna be some other issues. It can be either too hot, because then, you know, it's never gonna be cooling down. It's complicated. But yeah, there's always gonna be things that could be done better though. I don't feel like we can be ever escaping them. I mean, at least I will say that much, that most of the time in here, if buildings are being built, they are relatively well done. There is few exceptions in like quite recently, but you know, it just happens. I have talked about that there was indeed in here build a school that was built only with wood, and you know, that goes well in a place that, you know, there is snow, there is rain, and there is anyways like what is going on weather. So that school didn't go too well. Don't remember if it's still standing and usable, but it's not looking too good. I'm not saying that it's not like good for like certain things, but in general it's not too good. Hello. Hey Dem, how are you doing? Hope you're having a good day. Yeah, have a great rest of the day then. Thanks for stopping by, appreciate it. Oh, it's good to hear that you're doing good. I'm doing okay. Myself, nothing too bad going on today. Nice. Do you have any specific targets in mind? Be doing some more Alpha Gudra tomorrow myself. If everything goes well. Well, can you describe the Pokemon? I might be able to tell it then. Maybe telling like the area. Oh, Trapeon. Oh, not oh, you have the purple flying one. Then it's Gligar. Gligar is the flying one, indeed. Drapion is the other one. There's a Scorpion. Nice, good luck with it. I have gotten 2 of them and 1 of the evolution while I have been hunting for Alpha Gudra. Hope you can be finding yours soon. Because I'm doing like map resets like I go to. I need to be going to Jubilife every single time that I want to be checking new because it's fun that way. Yeah, I'm a little bit over odds there. In not too much time I will be hitting 3000 checks for it, so a little bit over odds since my odds are 1 in 2k basically. Well, yeah, they can be hard indeed. Oh, you're using, yeah, you did do a massive mass outbreak and then you did reset, yeah. I understand that. It's a quite a popular way. I just don't personally like to be doing because I'm personally not the biggest of fan of soft resets. I find them boring. I'd rather be facing over 200 times than and find it than to be doing resets. But I understand it's a good way. We'll be getting most likely the target. Oh, nice. Yeah, you can be doing it for quite a good amount of alphas, that reset method. Unfortunately, there is some that you can be doing either because they don't appear when it's raining, or there is just no, like, massive mass outbreak happening in that place. I could be doing it for good. I did do it for like a long time ago before I started to actually hunt it for a little while. Then I was like, I don't really want to do this. And you know, I can be finding other cool alphas on the way as well. Thankfully, there is a bunch of ways for people to be hunting things, so you'll be most likely be able to find a way that you like. But yeah, I until I of course get it, when I do be getting the Alpha Gudra, then I'll stop doing it. But right now I'm doing it every Tuesday if I can. At least try to be doing it once a week if there is nothing like special going on. Yeah, you can do things as I did, of course. But yeah, I always be preferring to be doing random encounters in any way that I can. If not, then soft resets, and if nothing else is good, then it's going to be eggs. Because eggs are boring. Unfortunately, only way to be getting some of them, but if I can say no to it, I will. Yeah, exactly. There's some Pokemons if you want to be getting them in certain games. Like, you have to be doing eggs for them. For example, usually starters, like if you, for example, want to be getting a shiny starter in most games. Especially nowadays, it's just eggs. But yeah, for most things indeed, I would also be preferring to be doing anything else. I mean, at least I will still say one thing, because I trash talk about eggs a lot in Pokemon, is that at least they are not as slow as they used to be. Because cheese was it like slow back in the day. So that's at least very nice that they are not that slow anymore. Oh, nice. Shiny Alpha Golem was actually my first shiny, like, this entire year. Yeah, for most Pokemons it doesn't take more than like a minute or two to be hatching. Some Pokemon take longer, but for if you go for starters, it's like a minute, and then you're hatching it already. So yeah, it is pretty fast. But boring. But as I said, there thankfully is a bunch of ways to be hunting for people, so if you enjoy doing eggs, you do eggs. I will still say that I'm kind of mixed feelings about Scarlet and Violet and its egg things. Like, at the same time I like them, but at the same time I'm absolutely hating them. Because you're like forced to be waiting like the half an hour to be getting the eggs, and then you need to be hatching them. And then you also need to be collecting it every once in a while, because there can only be 10 eggs there at a time. It's very fast to hatch them though, but collecting though is kind of boring. But it is what it is. But yeah, indeed. Good luck to anyone else to be hunting, indeed. Hopefully you can be finding whatever you're looking for or get something, indeed. But remember, progress is progress, no matter what. Indeed. And we're gonna be having soonish a break, indeed. As well as usual, I'll be stopping the hunt while the break is going about, indeed. Soon at 2k, so we're soon half the odds in Sword then. Pretty good. Definitely be hitting 1,000 today on Brooklet Hill, indeed. If I of course don't find a shiny before that. That wouldn't be happening, right? Be fair, that file is kind of cooking something. I've been hunting there a little bit with the fishing and haven't been getting anything, so it is maybe about time that it gets something. Maybe it could be. I'm probably gonna be leaving it to these encounters and let the ads be playing through indeed. Yeah, it's fine. Thanks for sticking around though. Appreciate it indeed. Have a great rest of the day indeed. But you know, people need to be going to places and it's completely understandable indeed. There we go. I'll get it soon be going indeed then. Yeah, I see that it's technically possible to be hitting 1,000 a day in a sword. It's technically possible indeed. Also, going back to the fossil week thing as well, that now that there is actually like a concrete day when it's gonna be going about, I'm working out on the layout for it. And as I said, I'm really hoping that I can be getting the surfing hunts done before that as well. But But you know, we'll see, we'll see. If it happens, it happens. If it not, then you know, just means that I'm gonna be continuing them after that, but we'll see. Depends on how quickly I can be getting these done, what hunts I will be doing, and which one is done faster. You know, technically I should be done first with a... I should be done first with the sword, but you know, never know. I'm not that lucky with either of the files. To be fair, I haven't really done any hunting in this Ultra Sun anyways. But happens if happens, you know. And as I said, I don't think that I'll be going for too many more surfing related hunts as well. As I said, the Dratini is one of the ones that, I don't know, it's kind of tempting, but we'll see. We'll see. You know, I can be doing it at any point anyways, but I know for a fact that the Brooklyn Hill will be done at the point that, you know, I'll find something. Depending on do I really want to, I could be doing fishing, but fishing is kind of annoying. First, without the sound, and second, without being only concentrated on it. And we'll see when we get there, indeed. It was meant to be, you know, a silly hunt anyways, that I would be doing for a little bit. It was indeed. But yeah. I would like to say, though, that also in Sword it's gonna be the case that I'm gonna go ahead and most likely after this, I'm done with this surfing hunt, I'll be going back to Farfetched. But we'll see. I think that is the hunt that I want to be getting done first, and I move on to other hunts, even though the tree hunt is very tempting, but I can do it at any point. I can do it at any point, indeed. It's easy to be set up for, and it doesn't require anything, so it's not really a reason to be doing it now. Also, not too much time for Dewbiter to be showing up as well, because soon it's gonna be nighttime, which means that Dewbiter is gonna be switching into Surskate. Forgot the name of the Pokemon for a second there, but that isn't anything new. Isn't anything new at all. Oh, well, I mean, I'm not even half the odds, so... And I'm not too lucky. How are you doing, Chicken Warrior? Hope you're having a good day. I'm doing quite fine, thanks for asking. Good to hear that you're doing good indeed. And also, at least I'm not destroying these dudes as I would be doing for Farfetch'd if I would be hunting that. Farfetch'd, they will be getting knocked down for a higher chance for the next one to be a Farfetch'd. Also, I think that this week I can be doing 2 days for the surfing hunts indeed. Last week I would have been doing more, but just was too tired to be doing double hunch. Takes too much brain power to do doing it indeed. I mean, it's not like I'm knocking them down. I'm just running away from them. But yeah. It is interesting to think about, that's for sure. Kind of like it's interesting to think about that why isn't there like a big pile of Pokeballs if you have been failing to be catching something for like the 100th turn. But anyways. It is quite inconsistent how do Pokeballs be working. There's so many of them, some are broken, some are not. I don't think in any game every single Pokeball has been working correctly, and I don't think that there ever will be. There's just so many of them. Yeah, it is. Like, I can kind of get it. Like, why they break after you have thrown it once, but at the same time, I think there could be, like, you can be trying twice, maybe. But I suppose in the games, the Pokeballs, if you fail to catch something, they just explode. Only logical explanation why you can be using them more than once. To be fair, it did kind of happen to a few Pokeballs in like Sword and Shield and in Scarlet and Violet, so maybe it is the case that they just literally explode, and that's why you can be using them. Yeah. But if they broken into small enough pieces and they are dust, I suppose. But it is funny because technically there should be like a pile of broken Pokeballs if you have been trying to be catching one Pokemon for a long time. Yeah. The Pokemons are consuming it. I don't know. They could technically be harmless for the Pokemons indeed that they are safe to be eating it. But yeah, still the one thing that is kind of confusing, that why can't you be catching a fainted Pokemon? Because wouldn't that be the easiest way to be catching it? And it's not like it's not possible in the anime or anything like that. But technically anime and the game universe is different. There gonna be quite a good amount of differences, I suppose. Yeah. But speaking of Pokeballs, I don't understand why usually the critical capture animation is that the Pokemon or the Pokeball is like in the sky. It just doesn't make too much sense to me. Like how does it all of a sudden we go so high up. Bottom. But yeah. But how do they know how to be shrinking if they are fainted from a battle? If that's the logic. Yeah, I mean, of course, there's the thing that, you know, nothing is ever be making sense when it comes down to Pokemon, but yeah, it's fun to think about how things would be working in the real world, in quotes. Yeah. I get it that, of course, in the games it's another thing because usually if you win a battle in, like, you know, in RPG games that Pokemon kind of falls under, then, you know, you win the battle, so you need to be doing everything you wanted to be doing before the battle is, you know, won, but yeah. You could argue, though, that after you have captured them once, then they kind of know how to be doing it. Like, kind of automatically, you know? They just kind of do it. Kind of like what breathing is. It's just automatic. You know? Exactly. Makes sense. Makes sense how you need to be dropping money when you're in a fear, when you have lost to a wild Pokemon. It do be kind of insane though that you can be getting like infinite money from one dude. Like you can be battling in, you know, some games infinitely trainers. Where are they getting the money from every single time? Yeah. Pokemon World will be a weird thing, that's for sure. But then again, what game world isn't, honestly? I feel like all the game worlds are kind of insane. But that's most of the time why they are so fun. Yeah. It's also the kind of the case in Animal Crossing as well that there is infinite money question mark. Because no one is ever running out of money apart from the player. I mean, to be fair, it's the case in quite a good amount of other games as well that the NPCs can be running out of money, but still. It would kind of make sense though that if there would be in some games a limit how many things can you be getting per day or selling for a day. As much as I hate the fact that, you know, some games do be having, like, they have an X amount of stock and then you need to be waiting for another day, but like, for some games it would be nice. I mean, usually the way that limits you to be getting but a certain amount of things is that you just don't have money. But still. Yeah, it makes sense that they do be having money indeed. But it just doesn't make sense that they have infinite money though. But then again, you know, it is a game. This is the first source good of the day. So no more dividers. I will say though that that has become a problem few times in like Skyrim that I would be like to be selling things and, you know, NPCs don't have enough money, but there is quite a good amount of goods that you can be selling most things to anyway, so it's not that big of a deal honestly. But it makes sense, you know. Most likely never will be switching to that every vanillite would be shiny. If it would be available in a game where there is overworld shinies, then it would become a little bit easier, that's for sure. Yes. The water isn't that deep. I think in every game you're gonna be standing on the water because you're not shown that you would be riding a Pokemon. It is indeed one of the weirdest things. You're standing on the water. Indeed. Yeah, I don't really know in what game you wouldn't be really doing it. I don't think that in too many games, apart from the overworld games, that you would be shown to be riding a Pokemon or something like a bike when you're in the battle in the water. Another fun fact, by the way, is that you're not wearing your backpack when you're getting encounters. It just disappears. Yeah. It is silly though. There's no such thing as bag when you're in the battle indeed. But somehow you still have access to your bag even though you're not wearing it. It do be a magical world, that's for sure. That's 2k then for Vanillite. Nice. Soon then, healthy odds. Indeed. Also in Sword and Shield, you magically be changing your clothes back to normal, which I kind of like because I don't necessarily like myself the ride clothes in Alola games, but you know, if you're riding a ride Pokemon, you are like you have to be wearing them in the battle. But in Sword and Shield, it's not an issue. You can just be changing your clothes like that. Then again, it has been a thing for quite some time that, you know, in games you can be magically very fast be changing clothes anyways. And honestly, if you would need to every single time that you put on clothes, would be like waiting like a 10-second animation. Oh boy, would that be fun? Yeah. To be fair, there is people that do be going outside in the middle of the winter when it's actually cold outside with just shorts. Like it is like minus 20 Celsius, they are going outside with shorts on. And to be fair, I feel like that is pretty warm clothes overall. At least this is weather, you know. They are pretty warm. But imagining Pokemon games where... Imagining the Pokemon game where there is like uniforms for different like seasons in Scarlet and Violet, that is. And the winter clothes, they don't even seem that warm. Like, it's just kind of like a switch of sorts. It doesn't even look that warm. That's winter clothes. To be fair, it's in an area that there actually isn't really a winter, but still. It's based on an area that there isn't that cold even in summer times, but still. It's not really winter clothes. Yeah. I don't put up that warm clothes even during the winter time. Very rarely do I put like actually warm clothes. I'm used to cold. So I don't really feel that it's that cold anyways. One thing that I will say that I will be... Actually, two things I suppose that I'll be most of the time in winter wearing is a scarf of sorts and something to cover up my ears. Yeah, I'm also mostly on the winter times with just a hoodie. It rarely gets that cold that I would need to be getting anything more than that, but yeah. Will be fine. Hoodies are pretty warm, and also hoodies, they do becoming quite a different, like warm in coat settings. There is some that are a lot like breathable, and some that, you know, are warmer. So, you know, you can still be wearing a hoodie because there's quite a good amount of like very warm hoodies as well. There are hoodies and not jackets. But also maybe the more important question is, how is the water still water if it's this cold? Considering like how cold, you know, the breath of these dudes can be. I mean, would it be annoying? Absolutely, but then again, if it's that cold, shouldn't it be? I mean, it does also freeze. Not that much, of course, but I have seen it freezing as well. I mean, technically, you know, based on Britain, so maybe Britain is just a little bit surrounded by water, you know. Yeah, it does take. Also 1k hit in Brooklet Hill. Nice. And then again, whenever there has been a situation that in Pokemon there's like frozen sections anyways, they're mostly like in very few caves. And not even always then. Because for example in Hoenn there is a very cold cave, but for whatever reason there can be, you know, low tide and high tide water there. And because honestly in Pokemon games there isn't really that much like ice happening. Maybe a few gyms that do. Yeah. It is, unfortunately. Ice type in general is unfortunately bad. It can't be hitting too many things super effectively, it can't be taking hits from too many things. Sad. Cool Pokemons though there. Yeah, Ice type would be working very well as an early gym, but the problem is that Pokemon games have kind of set up the thing that Ice type equals late game. Which is very sad. It is very silly as well, but it is what it is. I mean, to be fair, there has been over the years, like, better ice types being introduced. So that's nice. It's thanks to the other types for sure, but it's still, you know, useful. But then again, what would ice be able to really be doing? It is quite a thing though, if it's gonna be hitting you in certain ways, I'm gonna say that much, but at the same time, what it can really be doing? I guess much as damage as it can be doing, it can be breaking as easily. But ice type is in Pokemon though a rare type anyways. Still be hoping maybe we'll be getting a cold based region one day and we'll be getting a bunch of ice types there. But in general, it's quite funny how common like dragon type is compared to ice type. I understand, you know, Pokemon is a magical universe. But at the same time, dragon is more common than ice. It's kind of wild. But it's the thing though that most of the regions that we have, they are not really known for their cold climates or anything. Most of them are pretty warm. So that's partly to be explaining why we don't have too many ice types. As I said, I don't think that still in every single region there needs to be an ice area or like warm area. It's just how I'm feeling. It doesn't need to be always. Hard to be including some Pokemons, but also just throw them into the caves. That's how quite a good amount of like some Pokemon are found in caves anyway, so just throw them in there. Just throw them there, indeed. But anyways, indeed, another hour has passed, so soon-ish. Indeed, some more ads coming in. And as usual, I'll be stopping the hunt while they are going, indeed. I'll still be hoping for a few more encounters before that's the case, indeed. Just trying and squishing at least one more encounter in Ultra Sun. Hopefully chewing a sword. And it's time for the break, indeed. Yeah, look, that for now there then. Get that Surus good. There we go. We continue after the break, indeed. I'll run away already. The break should be over soonish anyways. Rodam is again telling us about the that if you did have a bad hair tray when you did get the passport photo, you can be getting a new one. Also, we did go indeed over the halfway point as well in Vanilla Hunt, indeed. The odds, that is. So that's nice. It's nice indeed. Very decent amount of progress indeed. I'll see how long I'll be going. I would like to say like at least an hour more today. That's for sure, but I'll see if I want to be doing another one after that. Good 4 hours today already anyways. And still progress to be progress no matter what, so... It's nice indeed. I should be able to get easily like to 2300, I would like to say, if I would really like to. In Vanillite, and I don't know how much it would be in Brooklyn Hill then. The 1150 at least. It really depends how much there wants to be encounters there indeed, of course. We'll see, we'll see. Progress is progress nonetheless. Indeed. Since it do be warmer days, I'm not too surprised that I don't want to be going for too much. I don't really function on warm days myself. Not my thing. Thankfully this year has been quite nice though. There was the moment that there was a bunch of warm days in a row, but honestly it hasn't been that bad. Could be partially because also, you know, the air cooler has been going about a lot, so that helps out. Wouldn't definitely be able to do that much if it wouldn't be there. Yeah, I don't honestly really mind it. I have more or less get used to it at this point that the weather is warmer than I would like to in here. Can't really be controlling it. Unfortunately, but at least I will say that the thing that did happen, like, in quite a good amount of years in a row, that we would be having like 2 weeks, like plus 30 Celsius, hasn't really happened. It kind of did, but at the same time, not really. Because it was very rainy like last week. It was very warm but rainy, so, you know, nice and humid. So it happens. So this year has honestly been quite nice. Which I'm quite surprised, but you never know, there's still a lot of summer left anyways. I never know what happens in August. Yeah, it is. There hasn't been that much dry heat in here after it started to be raining, honestly. But yeah, in the like first, like when the heat did hit in, it was like just dry heat for like few weeks. But after that, it has been raining a lot more, so it's a lot more manageable, and I like it that it's, you know, rain is good. Rain is very good indeed. Because if there wouldn't be so much rain in here, it would be meaning that we would be having no wildfire thing going about. Like, we can be, you know, creating bonfires in the middle of nowhere. I mean by that, and, you know, less chance of, you know, forest fires and whatnot, so I'll take the rain. Meanwhile, anyone else would be complaining that it's raining. I'm like, it's raining, cool. Sure, it might be humid, and I hate it, but I'd rather be taking it raining a little bit than be just dry heat all the time. Yep. in here, at some point it was that bad in the beginning of the summer indeed. That technically if a sun would be hitting inside a like mirror and it would be reflecting it to the ground, it could be caught on fire from that. Just the grass. So that is why it was recommended for time being that it would be closing down windows. Making some form of a blockage. But it is quite funny that usually July is the worst, but this year it seems that it was late May, early June. But it happens. Changes. Big eyed pouring if every year would be the same, you know. I don't know if I have I don't know if I have even heard that there would have been any wildfires nearby, forest fires, whatever things, since the beginning of the summer. Which is of course good, but I don't think that I have, which is odd, like, you know, of course, you know, things happen, but I guess it has been, you know, not that dry then. And maybe people are smart enough this year that they are not gonna be doing anything if, you know, they are being told that don't do it. Because that's honestly the main reason in quite a good amount of situations, well, why wildfires, forest fires are a thing in here. People are just not listening that. Be careful, don't do it. And also this year, from what I have heard for the few that did happen, indeed, that people were this year more willing to be telling that they are happening. Because sometimes, unfortunately, people are just walking by it and don't care. Don't know why. I'm not telling someone, but I guess they're thinking it's not their problem, they don't care. But yeah, I don't know which one I would be personally preferring. There's a bunch of thunderstorms in the summer, or that it's, you know, very warm. Because it's usually like, it's one or the two. I think I will be preferring more thunderstorms. Not really. At least in the past couple of years, hasn't been really an option, it has been just heat. But I'd rather be having thunderstorms because they don't really do anything. Because we rarely be having power outage. I mean, it does happen, of course, but rarely. Thankfully. Yeah, I know it's not fun, but it is unfortunately what it is. It can't be happening without any storms as well, to be fair. But then again, I don't really know a place where there wouldn't be during the year at some point at least bad weather happening. So I feel like it has to be going on at some point. Yeah. It unfortunately happens indeed. I don't know, rarely thunderstorms wake me up. Honestly, I don't know, have I been getting too used to them then? Or I just, as I said, I don't just care enough about them. Oh no. And also, I suppose this year, like, thunderstorms, they have been more happening during the daytime anyways. Like, in the time that I'm streaming. Has been fever at the middle of the night as well, but you know, I'm awake anyways. It doesn't really make a difference indeed. But I will say also this year has been quite nice as well in one way as well, even though there has been, you know, warm days. They have been warm days, but there has been wind. So, you know, it's just not heat. Sometimes there is a breeze going through as well. Which is very nice, it's just not direct heat. Do be appreciating it indeed. I guess the worst feeling is definitely that it's just heat and no way to be cooling. Also, one thing happened when we were returning bottles yesterday, when we did go to the store indeed. Is that for whatever reason, the entire family needed to be going ahead and returning the bottles. I don't know why. Like, there's barely room for like 2 people there. And then you're like bringing, you know, 4 kids and the parents there. And it's not like you can be speeding up the process anyways because the machine is only so fast. Honestly. Why couldn't they be waiting like a little bit at the side? You know, let the dad be returning the bottles and then, you know, the kids be staying with their mom. Because we don't want to be taking too much space there because there's only 4 machines because it's a relatively small store that you can be returning the bottles into. And only one of them is a kind that you can be returning like crates to as well. And it's anyways very awkward of a space as well, because for whatever reason that is the best place to be placing in like a package like machine that you can be getting packages from there. Makes sense. There is at least in 4 different places, by the way, in that small store that you can be receiving a package to. And good luck, try to be finding the correct one. Sometimes. One is pretty obvious because one is just for the pharmacy, that if you will be doing it in there, then, you know, that's easy peasy. But the other 3... Good luck, try to be figuring out. Usually they tell which one it is though, so that's nice, but sometimes they can be forgetful. Thankfully all the machines work quite differently, so as soon as you try to be putting like the package info in, you will be knowing immediately that it's wrong. It's not like all of them are the same, you know? But it is still like, why is it so many different places? Because there used to be like an actual like kind of not really a store but anyways a place that you like every single package of the city did used to be going into. But unfortunately there was more important things put there instead. Like an apartment building. So unfortunately it did get removed indeed, so they're just now in basically one big store. There's few other places in smaller stores, but you know, I will also say that even though how many places they have, it's still not enough in here. They are almost always full. Which is a little unfortunate, but what can one do? I like that you can be like picking up your groceries and you know your package at the same place. Of course, that's nice, but at the same time, sometimes it would be just nice that there would be just one big place that you would be getting it from any instead. And most of the time you can't even be choosing which location you're like getting, you know. Most of the time it's just one place. And it can be getting annoying, of course. And some places they don't like offer like deliver to the door as well, so you have to be picking it up from somewhere. Most of the places do though. It usually costs a little extra. Depends a little bit, of course, but usually it costs a little extra. Because there's situations that, you know, the package is light enough, so it's good. Hello, Zascaris. How are you doing? I'm doing quite well, thanks for asking. Imagine being tired. Couldn't be me ever. Yeah, it is what it is. Yeah. I don't know if I have ever been working in a place that I wouldn't be working the set amount of hours that I've been like such. Because usually it's pretty tight. To be fair, have I worked in too many places? No, but still. It's usually the case indeed that whatever is the schedule, be sticking into it indeed. Maybe sometimes you can be getting off a little earlier, but that's about it really. Nice. Getting a temperature permanent schedule is definitely better than a temporary one, indeed. Well, hopefully it goes well indeed. Yeah. Imagine understanding sometimes what people are trying to be saying to you. But 2 weeks seems about right from what I have heard. That 2 weeks is quite usual. Nice. Do you already have your new phone checked out? Yeah. I was just more meaning that have you like looked up anything? Nice. A good camera is always depending from a person to person, of course, but nowadays phones they do be having quite a good camera no matter what, because it's the main selling point, honestly. It seems like in phones nowadays is the camera. Yeah, they can be. But hey, if it's a good phone, it's a good phone, right? You know, as long as it's not too expensive, then, you know, it's good. That's a quite a pricey cologne indeed. Yeah. I mean, of course, you know, the less important ones you can be always be buying later, you know. But it depends, of course. Yeah. Yeah, and they can be. They can be something else though. It's raw indeed to be getting your car to actually be, you know, road safe in quotes. What do we call in here? Like quite literally. Either your car is road safe, aka you can be driving it in the roads, or it's not road safe and you can't be doing anything with it. Nice. But I remember actually that is quite pricey. Even for, you know, a place that, you know, free healthcare. It is decently pricey to be getting those done, but I mean, it's more thorough, I suppose, so it's good, but yeah, it is pricey. We can actually be getting it for free if we are getting a driver's license. Like, either through school or something like that. You can be getting those tests for free, but, you know, that needs to be a situation that, you know, someone else is gonna be taking care of it, basically, for you. I know. I know it is annoying. I have heard the people be complaining about it as well. Why you need to be getting another one done. If you have done or anyone not that long time ago, but I get it's for safety things, but still. Interesting. Planning on getting a food van as well. Yeah. That's not that much, but you know, it builds up of course over time. That's not actually that bad of a price, honestly, for a van, on if you ask me. Because I know that at least in here, those are usually quite expensive. That isn't too bad at all. Yeah. I mean, Why not to be try to be, you know, using the last bits of an older thing. Less waste, you know. Oh yeah, fair enough, fair enough. I mean, you never know. It's kind of a weird thing with cars sometimes, I will say that much. But sometimes all of a sudden, like, some things are really expensive and then, like, next day they are dirt cheap. You know? Yeah. Sounds like something that would be taking some time, indeed. Yeah, but it will get there when you get there, indeed. I mean, at least you will be having most of the things ready by the time that you get your license then. So, that's nice. Oh, that's pretty nice. You're that far in there already. Or what I assume. That is quite far in already, so it's nice. I know that in here it is the way that you can be getting like your license for a year, then like after the first year you need to be going ahead and completing the last part and then you will like actually have your license. I don't know how it works somewhere else. But they both are like technically like actual license. But after the first year you go ahead and do the third part, then it's like more official. But it's quite nice though and funny that getting your driver's license now is a little bit cheaper than it was like 5 years ago. Just because they have gotten more into like, you know, computer learning, like emulations and whatnots. So it is a little bit cheaper because of that. Because there's few things that has always basically been that you do it on an emulator, like both like driving in the dark and driving in a slippery surface. Have been done like with an emulator for years. Because, you know, it's a little bit safer. For some reason, to be doing them by sitting on a computer than, you know, doing it in real life. And also that means that it can be done like all year round as well. Because it's kind of hard to be doing it in the middle of the summer, you know. That doesn't sound that bad price-wise, honestly. I can't really be saying the price in here because it really do be depending on do you already have like already have a license to like drive motorbikes or whatever things. Okay, then it's a lot cheaper there to be getting driver's license then. Because it's around like 1,000 euros in here to be getting your driver's license. Like all of the parts included, the first part, the second part, the third part. It do be depending indeed, do you already have your like one license? Because if you already have a license then you don't need to be doing so many like theory parts. And also it really depends on where you're doing it from as well, because there's a bunch of different companies as well. So it depends on that as well. I don't know what like, I just know like about how much it costs, and as I said, it do be depending on a bunch of things. I just don't know how much is like what is like actually what part is costing at what much, and what are you actually paying for. I know that you need to be paying for like certain tests and stuff along those lines. Of course, and depending on how many times do you fail it, you know, pay more. Depends on the place again. Some places like it's one-time cost, some place you need to be paying for every single one of them. Also, this might be a few-year-old information as well, since I haven't looked it up for years. That sounds disgusting. And a very poor poorly made decisions to me. Yeah, but you know, nothing can be too easy, right? Something needs to be going wrong at some point, right? Yeah, I don't know how bad it is in here, but when I get around to be doing it 1 year, then I'll see how bad it is. There has to be no noticing that you need to be changing something suited for those kinds of things. Because jeez, if I sometimes be forgetting to be changing times for things, then it's too late and you need to play extra because you missed it. For example, if you're going to like basically anything in the hospital, you need to be canceling it out or changing it before 24 hours, like to your appointment. And if you don't, you need to be paying extra. But it's what it is indeed. Nice. I mean, at least it's a place that you can be switching it to as well. So... Oh, jeez. Yeah, what I was about to say, that they are usually filling up quite fast. Anything to do with cars is kind of stupid in a way, that people are leaving everything to the last minute, and then they're complaining that there isn't room for them. You know, like, cars need to be checked in here every year. Are they good to the roads, you know? People leave it for the last minute to be doing so, and then they might not be getting time for like tomorrow. And then they're complaining. You know whose fault is that? That you don't have it in time. Same thing is with changing tires as well. That people are always like leaving it up to the last minute, and then they are wondering why no one is gonna be changing their tires because they are fully booked. Yeah, I know. That is fair enough because you're doing it, you know, early enough if you ask me, but I guess it's just bugged and nothing can be done. In some places in here as well, but at the same time, if it's gonna be like a snowstorm that day, like literally that day, most of the places are gonna be full and you're gonna be paying for that. You know, should have done it sooner. Well, we anyways be changing our tires ourselves, so we don't have that problem, you know. Jeez. Yeah. Because you can clearly be seeing when you can be expecting there to be, you know, snow from the forecast, and I would like to say that always be more safe than sorry with them. Also, break time indeed. Yeah! If you have time, you have time indeed. Have a good day as well. Thanks for stopping by indeed. Turn away then. Continue on as well indeed. Yeah, I think I will be checking out like what time it is when you'll be hitting indeed. Apparently, you know, planned. But when I will be hitting indeed the 2300. Will it be enough for the day or watch? Is that still 800 checks today, which is pretty good. It's pretty good indeed. I'd still try to be pushing myself too much. Anyways. So now can be done. Some tomorrow as well. Have enough energy. But I think that I did left last week in Golf Computer to 2710, so I think it is hopefully possibility to be hitting 2800. It's quite close, if nothing else. Depending on what kind of luck do we get again with outbreaks and stuff. Since I don't have anything that I need to be getting done tomorrow. Have a little bit more time indeed. But yeah, I still do be hoping the best of luck to anyone else to do be hunting indeed. Hopefully you can be finding whatever you're looking for or get something indeed. But still, always be remembering that any amount of progress is still progress. And remember to be taking breaks if feeling like it as well. No reason to, be pushing yourself too much. No reason indeed. You know what would be kind of interesting to be having in Pokemon games? A item of sorts that would be making the Pokemons to be, I mean, right next to you. Thank you for the follow. Yes, I would quite like that. Because, you know, sometimes you would like to just be chilling in a place. So then you could, but the Pokemons would still be running to you. You know? Would be kind of nice, wouldn't it? No, I don't have the shiny charm. In one game I could be having it, in one game I couldn't be having it at all. Yes, I haven't reached in Ultra Sun the place that you would be even be getting the shiny charm in. Literally in the place that you will be defeating the trial that I have been beating the last. I have quite a good amount of shinies. Like a box or something in Sword, some from Dynamax Adventures, some from random encounters. In the Ultra Sun I think I only have 2 shiny, no 3 shinies that I have found in the wild. This one can be found in the wild, but I still have it. I have been getting shinies in other games as well, quite a bit indeed. Way too many to be counting. What are you doing, Broly? Hope you're having a good day. I'm still waiting though on one thing. How easy it's gonna be noticing Poliwag. Because Surskid I feel like it's gonna be easy enough. Even though it's not really a subtle shiny, but it also doesn't change the most. I feel like it's like Poliwag is not gonna be that bad though. We'll see if we see one, of course. We'll see that indeed. Also, one thing that I did see, I'm not sure, long time ago, once again in Scarlet and Violet, not from me of course, but did see it anyways, is that Weepinbell is the middle evolution, I think. That is honestly relatively noticeable. It is a subtle shiny, and you kind of, again, need to be knowing what you're looking for. Yeah, definitely. But honestly, having like two side by side in Scarlet and Violet, it's quite easy to be telling. Because Weepinbell also always has been having the problem that it doesn't change that much, and it's a bad shiny. But honestly, it isn't that bad. Like, the difference do be standing out, I think, in Scarlet and Violet quite well. And, you know, can be seeing how it can be hard to be noticing in other games, that's for sure. But it was like surprisingly like different. But it is what it is, and I always will be saying anything as subtle as they might be. Once you have been seeing a million of them, you get used to you get used to it, you know. You get used to like how it looks, and then you're like, oh, that's obvious. But it also depends, like, do you see only that Pokemon as well, of course. If you only see that Pokemon, then it's a little, like, a ton easier, but if you see a bunch of other things, then it's a little bit harder. But still, you know, doable, of course. Also, I'm pretty sure that I will be ending it off indeed. At 2,300 and in 1,150 today. If that doesn't all of a sudden be going that higher, the ultrasound that is, but it's most likely indeed. What was on that? Gonna take a thing in ultrasound, then I'll check out one thing. If it wants to be giving me thank you anything. I'll do real quickly check out one thing. Yeah, thanks for stopping by, appreciate it, and have a great rest of the day indeed. Yeah, I started today the thing called ultrasound at 700, so it's pretty 450 is pretty good. It's pretty good indeed. Pretty good. Progress it is anyways. But yeah, indeed, as I already did mention earlier, tomorrow indeed will be continuing Alpha Gudra with the map resets indeed. As it is usually done in Tuesdays anyways. As I also said that we'll be trying to be hitting 2800 there as well. Like, good Racine indeed. But we'll see. If we hit it, we hit it. If we don't, then, you know, any amount of progress is, as I said, still progress. So that's good indeed. It's very good indeed. But yeah. Doing the usual, of course, because why would I be switching it at this point anymore? Map resets with in the one in 2040, no, 50, no, it is 48 odds. Because healthy odds, because research level 10, so as I said, over odds there, but it's not by that much. And maybe another 3-4 times hunting there, it's gonna be 1,000 over odds. I don't even know, it is what it is. I decided to be going with a face heavy thing. Well, you know, it is what it is indeed. Sometimes, you know, you need to be working for the thing that you're looking for indeed. Makes it more rewarding indeed. And I feel like if you honestly have the patience to be doing it, doing a face heavy hunt at least once, it's nice. A face heavy hunt indeed. Sometimes you plan on doing a face heavy hunt and it's done immediately though. But you know, it happens indeed. What can one be doing indeed? Also, I'm soonish gonna be taking it a little bit easy on Ultra Sun then, because I'm soon gonna be hitting the number, so... It's only a little bit under 40 more in the other game anyway, so it's not gonna be taking that much more time anyways. It's probably the one that, you know, is just before it hits the nighttime, right? Because it's... yeah, it's now... H. The switch itself is a little bit off, of course, because, you know, switching the day back 2 days, actually. It does that indeed. I'm gonna check out, like, if there is, you know, a day... Like, I'll be checking out if the, like... The day that I'm hunting it in will be a day that there is indeed the weather already, then, you know, I don't need to be switching it up, but if it's not, then, you know, I'll be going back to 20th of June, but it's July, but anyways. One of the two. Why do they need to be so similar in names? Or letters? And back-to-back months as well. And again, there is quite a good amount of Finnish ones that I'll also be mixing up, but it's normal, right? To be mixing up months every once in a while. I don't do that enough as it is. I think that I'd just be taking out the depressing thing that it would be slowing it enough. If I need to, you know, I'll be, of course, be putting it back, but it's kind of thing that might be enough to be slowing it down. Indeed. But I was kind of thinking that if this week goes as it hopefully goes indeed, is that most likely the schedule for the week is that today, of course, this, tomorrow Alpha Gudra, then Wednesday off, Thursday I was thinking continuing this, then Friday, Saturday, Dynamax Adventures. we'll see, of course. If, you know, things happen, I'm completely fine with it, but it's most likely gonna be, though. As I said, want to be getting the surfing hunts done, indeed. And stuff along those lines. You'll also be making ready the Fossil Week background, indeed. Maybe try to be figuring out a cool outfit for the cat as well for that. The only thing that I don't really know about what I will be doing with is Porter's, but I'll figure out something. Thankfully for a Fossil Week, it's the thing that you don't actually need to be seeing that much of the screen, so I can, if I really want to, I can be covering them quite a bit. So we have that going for, indeed. So it might be also the case that if I can somehow be managing, I might be having, you know, having more on top of the Switch game. I will be having the 3DS, indeed. The problem is that the Switch one is like in the middle of the screen, though. But then again, for the like the DS one, 3DS one, I only need to really be seeing like only parts of the screen, but see, of course, you know, can be making a clearer one in the case that, you know, be finding something, of course. To be fair, I've been making quite a good amount of backgrounds lately. And as I said, I think that overall I might be doing like a little bit different ones for some of more like special hunts, you know, as well. I'm not gonna be making, you know, every single one of them to be drastically different. But, you know, some might be just, you know, usual layout, maybe color difference, and then maybe something in the background, you know. It doesn't need to be too complicated anyways. The game covers the most of it anyways. It do be indeed. gonna leave the Ultra Sun there for a little while before I'm done with mostly with the sword then. Be having an intense stair battle with the Psyduck indeed. But yeah, it's almost gonna be 6 hours today of hunting though, so that's pretty nice. It's like 5 hours and 45 minutes or so hunting, so that's not too bad. Not too bad at all. And I was surprisingly, even though I did feel like 4 hours in that I'm not gonna be going that long, but here we are once again. Here we are once again indeed. Doing longer ones, of course. Even though this is quite a regular sized one indeed. Didn't want to encounter the Vanilluxe there. They'll be mixing their names up. Why wouldn't I indeed? So I could be checking out what are people today. The MMO seems to be quite popular today. It's one of those weird things, honestly, on Pokemon MMO, that sometimes it's like very much on the surface, sometimes it's not. I think it's gonna be one of those things that definitely is gonna be like staying in the surface indeed for quite some time. Soon start running around again in there as well, so I prepare by running away from it already, even though I will be doing like I think 2 more encounters before I start running around in there, or surfing I suppose. I mean, technically, who's not saying that you can be running? What if for Lapras that is running? You know. What if for Lapras that is indeed running? I'll start around going in there, so hopefully I can be timing them nicely, or I'll be getting an encounter immediately, and there goes that idea. It's not the end of the world, of course. It happens if it happens. If it doesn't happen, it doesn't happen. There we go. Wasn't too far off. I'm heading for both already. There we go. Regular Poliwag to ending it off for the Ultra Sun then. Regular ice cream in here. Indeed. Hey, that's pretty decent. Indeed. That's gonna be today's encounters done indeed. Agreed. Rest of the day. Remember to take care of yourselves. Remember to do everything you need to do today. And remember to get enough rest as well. I'll see you guys indeed tomorrow for Alpha Gudra Hunch. And thanks for watching and sticking around as well. Until tomorrow then. Bye!